His exceptional strategic communication skills. His multifaceted career includes contributions to filmmaking, founding the Public Relations Council of India, and advising NTPC Limited, reflecting his profound impact on both the media and corporate sectors. We now call upon Professor Nikita to felicitate the guest.
Next, we are thrilled to welcome Ms. Geeta Shankar. She serves as National President of the Public Relations Council of India with 25 years of experience in education, training and public relations. She is leading communication consultant, life coach and head of the Center of Communications Excellence. Her credentials include MBA in Mass Communication and Masters in Economics and certifications in NFNLP and Dale Carnegie. She was awarded the 2009 Hall of Fame and the Enriched Trainer Award in the Gulf. Ms. Geeta Shankar's expertise and leadership continue to shape the future of communication and personal development. Now, we call upon Professor Nikita to felicitate the guest.
Ms. Renuka BM, a leading expert in corporate and strategic communications with 25 plus years of experience, is the founder and lead facilitator of the ACID Communication Masterclass, aiming to impact 500,000 learners within 3 years. She has held key roles in PR, corporate marketing, and CSR at organizations like Society Generale and Northern Trust. Renuka is also a visiting faculty member at Symbiosis and SCORE, and her ACID framework focuses on authentic storytelling and engagement. Her commitment to community development and support for women entrepreneurs further underscores her broad influence. We now call upon Professor Nikita to felicitate the guest.
Finally, we have Ms. Chinmay Praveen, an inspiring entrepreneur and social activist from Davangere. Ms. Chinmay's decade-old ventures, Kevin Waxtham, is dedicated of providing safe drinking water and empowering women, embodying her commitment to social change and economic independence. Her impressive accolades and ongoing work with Vistara highlights her dedication to philanthropy and community development, proving that true leadership transcends age and gender. We now call upon Professor Nikita to felicitate the guest.
Please join us in welcoming these remarkable individuals whose collective insights and expertise promise to enrich our events significantly.
Before we continue, we'd like to brief you about the flow of the event so far. Firstly, we had Query Quest, which was divided into two parts, Part A and Part B. Part A has already been concluded.
Part A consisted of reporters trying to figure out what the case at hand was about, with the help of clues that were given at regular intervals.
We will begin with Part B, a heated discussion between the reporters and the Board of Directors. The time frame is set in June of 1988, so the questions shouldn't consist of events or factors happening after this time frame and should not deviate from the given case study. We will now proceed with Part B.
A QR code will now be displayed on the screen. All participants are required to scan the QR code to access a buzzer. Once everyone is ready, there will be a countdown. Do not press it before the countdown. Is everyone ready? If anyone's facing any issue, we have volunteers who will assist you.
The game code is QBBW. Q for quail, B for ball, B again for ball, and W for whale. All capitals.
One person from each team.
The code is QBBW.
Okay. You said 1%. Yeah, 1%. Not connecting to the Wi-Fi. You have
I repeat, one team member from each team can access the buzzer. Has everyone scanned the code? बस केवल मैं क्या डायरेक्ट मत कर भाई Is everyone ready? No one else is facing any issues? Okay. Once I count down, please press the buzzer, okay? The order of questioning will be determined by the buzzer, and each team is allowed to ask the board of directors one question. Once each team has had the opportunity to question the board of directors, the stage will be open for the reporters to cross-question. Is that clear? All right.
All participants are expected to behave respectfully and professionally at all times during the event. Any inappropriate behavior will not be tolerated and may lead to disqualification.
The participants should not stray away from the provided case study. The judges will assess the interaction separately for the board members and the reporters using different criteria. The final decision will be based on the judges' discussion.
That's all.
Okay. Everyone ready with the buzzers?
नहीं
3,
फोकस में वही रहेगा
3, 2, 1, go on.
Wait. Some people clicked early. Could you restart the puzzle? We request you to wait until we count down till 1. 3,
ये बहुत टाइट है
2, 1, go.
भाई लीड हो गया तेरा वीकनेस तो वो इतना बोल रहा है बहुत चलता है क्या वो काउंटर
We are starting the buzzer for 1. We are going to do the buzzer one last time. Please only press the buzzer after I say go, and anyone who clicks the buzzer before my countdown will unfortunately be disqualified. Okay. Everyone's ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
कहाँ गया भाई अरे दवाई नहीं हुई अपना तो नाम ही नहीं है भाई ये तो नाम ही नहीं
दिखता नहीं है बहुत टाइट है उसका वो साफ चेहरा does not play as together
शुरू तीन चीज है और वो कहाँ से हमारे ऊपर ही
Team D, you may ask your question.
Wait. Okay. Now we would like to start with the opening statements of the Board of Directors.
As the CEO of Atomic Energy of Canada Limited, I stand here today to address the unfortunate incidents associated with the Terac-25 radiation therapy machine. We deeply regret the tragic outcomes and our thoughts are with the families affected. These events have highlighted complexities within the technology that passed regulatory and performance assessments at the time of its release, but faced certain rare operational conditions which triggered malfunctions. While AECL stands by the robustness of the machine's design in its intended function, we recognize that certain unpredictable conditions expose vulnerabilities in the system. We are committed to rectifying these vulnerabilities and ensuring that all machines adhere to the highest safety thresholds going forward. Once again, we empathize deeply with those affected and are working to support them. While the nuances of technology inevitably presents challenges, it remains our unwavering priority to deliver safe and effective therapeutic solutions.
Good morning, everyone. As the Chief Operations Officer of AECL, I would first like to acknowledge the gravity of the situation prompted by our product, Terac-25. First and foremost, our hearts go out to all the patients affected by our product. We would like to take responsibility for the malfunction of this product. However, it is very important that we know about what actually happened. So the issues that we uncovered, specifically software, the complex relationship between software and hardware was unprecedented and could not be foreseen due to any prior testing or industry standards. These are very sophisticated machines, and at the time, neither we nor any agency at the time could predict the possibility of such a rare malfunction. We followed all safety procedures, including rigorous safety and quality checks. However, as we know, technology evolves, problems happen as well. We are now fully committed to learning from our mistakes so that we can provide a
Your
product.
time is up.
We would like to provide a product that passes all safety checks. That's all from me.
Good morning, everyone. As the Chief Medical Officer at ACL, I offer my deepest condolences to those and their families who have suffered under usage of the Therac 25 machine, which was meant to perform radioactive operations on the patients. I express my complete concern and fully understand the gravity of the events that took place. Mainly, I would like to highlight the issue of software and hardware interlocking mechanisms that were mainly responsible for the event that took place. We really did not anticipate the level of complex failure that we went through. And we are working on advanced safety protocols in order to improve this in the future, along with association from the US, FDA, and Health Canada.
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you all for being here today. As the Chief Technology Officer, I want to first acknowledge the gravity of the situation surrounding the Therac 25. This is an incredibly challenging time for all of us, and our thoughts are with the patients and their families who have been affected. While we were confident in the innovation behind the Therac 25, we now recognize that the incidents have occurred that are deeply concerning. It happened due to a rare case of concurrent programming errors. But please be assured that we are working very closely with medical experts, regulatory authorities, and engineers to thoroughly investigate what went wrong and to ensure that this does not happen to anybody else again, irrespective of the organization that uses this technology in the future. Our foremost priority is to ensure the safety of the patients and restore the trust of the healthcare community. Thank you for your patience and understanding.
As the chilling winds of Ontario blow past our faces, I, the Chief Marketing Officer, present myself before the torchbearers of public opinion, along with the distinguished members of Atomic Energy of Canada Limited. Today, we stand before you to shed light on a chilling perspective that has us encountered. As esteemed members of the board, it becomes our responsibility and due commitment to take accountability of the situation unleashed. As the Chief Marketing Officer, future course of action would include the following. First one is optimization of radio and television channels. Secondly, usage of commercial bulletin board systems such as CRS, Canada Remote System, and WELL, which is Whole Earth Electronic Links. And lastly, appeals to public health sector. I would like to conclude by stating that the future courses of action will be taken in the interest of the organization and its audience. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, and families affected. I am before you today not merely as a representative of AECL, but as someone who profoundly regrets the tragic events associated with the Therac 25. To the families, patients that were impacted in the events, I extend our deepest and most sincere apologies. We acknowledge the crisis, and for this, we accept responsibility. The Therac 25 was designed with the intention of saving lives and advancing medical technology. Regrettably, due to flaws and other circumstances, it instead caused significant harm. We acknowledge these failures unequivocally, and for this I am deeply remorseful. While AECL bears the primary responsibility, it is also important to recognize the crisis had multiple facets. Regulatory bodies, particularly the FDA, could have acted with greater decisiveness when the early signs of malfunction was reported. Additionally, the hospital and operators, despite appearing...
Your time's up.
Okay.
You can conclude.
Yeah, I would just like to say that Every crisis offers an opportunity to grow, to reform, and to show the world that we are not defined by our failures, but by our resilience. And this crisis, while we grave this crisis, this is not the sole definition of who AECL is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now the reporters can ask one question. We will start with Team B.
Good morning, board members. So my question is, your sophisticated radiation therapy machine, which was meant to be a life-saving machine, has been tagged as a life-threatening machine now. So now the tables have turned. And how this table has turned even after being such a big company? What are your comments on this?
So as I mentioned in my opening statement, it was impossible for us to predict these chains of events. This is a highly sophisticated machine, and at the time, neither us nor any regulatory agency for that matter was able to predict these set of outcomes.
But it was found that there were loopholes in your software as well as hardware deficiencies.
The technical head will get into the software aspect of it.
Only one question, please. Next, Team A.
I would like to remind you all to first state your team name before starting with your question.
Hello to the board of directors. This is Ayushi from RCW and greetings of the day from the leaders. My question is, I see one of the value pillar of your company as integrity. So my question is, this situation that you have, is it a profit building or innovation over the integrity of your company?
To answer your question, not at all. First of all, we are a government-funded agency, so we do not receive any profits as such, and all the funding is by the government. Plus, it's a very unfortunate situation that we have faced here, that it's a very unprecedented flaw that has occurred in our software and hardware mechanisms, and our empathy goes out to the families that have been affected.
Next, Team Boom Shakalaka.
Hi sir, this is Charles from the media of Boom Shakalaka. I know you are, you 6 people are recruited, but that's not going to bring the life of 6 people. My question is, your previous 2 machines, Dirac 6 and Dirac 20, had more mechanical safety systems than Dirac 25. Why they were removed for Dirac 25? Because they had the better mechanical safety systems, but they were removed. So, why they were removed?
The Dirac 6 and the Dirac 25 machines were made with collaboration of CGR, which is a company in France. The Dirac 25 was independently made by us, and we wanted to bring the most technological advancement towards it. We wanted to test out great softwares that would be beneficial to everyone in the long run.
Human or not Diracs today?
Sorry, one question. Next, Team Double Impact.
Good morning, panel members. I'm from Team Double Impact. My name is Aman, and here the direct question is to CTO. So, according to IEC 60601, you failed to manufacture a machine which includes an emergency button.
I'm sorry, but the IEC Act was introduced in 2006. This event happened to be so we were not aware of it.
Kindly stick to the timeline.
So leave that. Okay, my bad. The software error can be appreciated, but what about the technique? What about the design errors? The emergency button is a basic thing that requires in a machine. So if any malpractice happens, we can stop it.
Right, your question is completely valid, but our software was designed to work in a way that would not lead to any emergency. The emergencies that did happen was the result of error by the handlers, and that happened due to a very short period of time.
Next, Team One Rock.
Drink water.
So there were two deaths which had a time frame. Maureen Bateman died in the year December 1985. And the next death was Jenna Metro due to this particular incident, which was on March 1986. What did the company do to even analyze the situation between this particular 1 year time frame? And why were no one taking any responsibility or hold anyone accountable during this particular year of time?
So for your information, you are asking that why did we take a gap of 1 year in order to fix this issue, right? Can you repeat again?
There was a time gap between the people's deaths which was occurred due to this particular issue. So why is it the company didn't act or figure out anything which was responsible for this machine?
You're wrong in the statement that we did not act because we acted 3 times in response to this. First of all, we sent a service engineering team in order to check after the machines which were used at the time of the deaths we have mentioned over here. And second, we also collaborated with FDA and also the Health Canada Corporation in order to make sure that the machine is going through 3 failure safety checks and the hardware and the software interlocking mechanisms are performing in its adequate manner. But you know what a Heisenberg is? It's a software term. Heisenberg is used for a software bug which is not dormant when you test it, but it becomes dominant as soon as it faces rare conditions, or you can say race conditions. So that was the case, and that's why we, even after sending 3 service engineering teams to fix this issue, we were not able to detect any fault at our hands.
I would like to remind the teams again to state their team name before asking the questions. Next, Team Power Rangers.
I'm from Power Rangers India. My question to the panel is, as per our research, the code for the software therapy machine was 1 lakh to 3 lakh lines of code, all developed by a single person whose educational background or technical expertise was not known to the public or to the employees of your company. Why was it assigned to a single person, not to a group of engineers? Was it pressure from the top management to access a lot of fame?
So I would like to say that at the time when Therac 25 did taken the person that you're talking about, first of all, we're not allowed to disclose personal details, so I would not be doing that. But at that time, we thought that our practices and our hiring standards were different from what they are right now. So at that time, we felt that he deemed fit, and he also developed the Therac 6 as well as 20. So, and though both were successful. So seeing that, we were confident that he would be able to develop Therac 25 as well. And over to you.
As the CHRO mentioned, the developer was already successful in coming up with the codes for Therac 20 and 6. So we thought he was a deemed fit for Therac 25 as well. And just because the educational qualifications aren't known to the public doesn't mean that we hire any person who is subpar to our standards.
Next team, Dynamic Duo. Okay, my bad.
Good morning, everyone. I am from Dynamic. So my question is, as this is a serious medical concern which involves the trust of patients, so what were the immediate consequences for patients affected by Therac 25 accidents? Chief Medical Officer.
So the main consequences that happened due to the incident were basically 6 accidents, out of which 3 had no real outcomes and in terms of negative outcomes, but 3 patients suffered deaths due to it.
Also to mention that cancer is malignant and this cannot be the sole reason for death. There could be other reasons. Again, humans there's bio-individuality where people react different to each kind of treatment and conditions. So that's also supposed to be taken into consideration and it can't be solely put on to this.
Next team, Team Apex.
Hello, this is Harshvardhan from Team Apex. What measures did you take to ensure the safety of Therac 25 to prioritize in hospital.
A little bit louder.
What measures were taken to ensure the safety of Thread 25 prioritized to deploy in hospitals? What are the measures were taken to ensure the safety of Thread 25 prioritized to deploy in hospitals?
Right, so when the machines were deployed in the hospital, there was extensive training given to the operators. They were trained in a very well environment to ensure that there is no mishaps happening. But as the time went on, the operators became very good at what they were doing and the speeds of typing increased, thus leading to a slight error in typing their codes into the computer. So this was the main cause for why the Therac kind of malfunctioned.
Next, team ISBR Media.
Morning, board members. My question is towards the Chief Technical Officer. As you know, like the software requires a regular updation for it to be free of bugs and glitches, right? So what measures did you follow? Why didn't you follow measures such as updation to update your software so that it would be free of errors?
Right, this is a very valid question, and we do agree that on our part there was a need for more software updates. But since it is a machine that is constantly being in use, there were several patients, hundreds of patients going through the treatment every single day. So there was no way for us to stop that operation and pause for software updates for it. But looking back in hindsight, we should have taken safety into consideration.
You can see what
Next, team.
it doesn't look up real time.
To answer the question about the software update thing, it was not merely just a software update that we are questioning about. Okay, the machine works on both mechanical and software-based interlocking mechanisms. That's why you cannot just totally blame it on software. It happened due to rapid keystrokes which were made by the operator, which was operating at that point of time when the incident took place, and not merely just because of software updates. So it's not a technological fault at all.
Next, team Verb.
Good morning, Board of Directors. My direct question is to Chief Marketing Officer. So, were you aware of the potential teamwork?
Participants, please repeat your team names before you start the question.
Were you aware of the potential risk associated with the machines? And if so, I think you were more focused on sales rather than people's life.
It was installed only in 11 places, 6 at Canada and 5 in the US. So sales was definitely not our most important criteria given at that point of time. That we're also a government-driven agency, so we work on social welfare the most. We were not aware of these technical glitches in the beginning because a lot of research had been done before it came out to the market, about 6 years before it came out for the first time. So we were not aware back then that all these glitches were available in the device.
One critical statement I would like to make for all of you is that we are a totally government organized crown corporation entity, so profits and sales are not any part of the operations we are following.
Next, team Frontline Focus.
Good morning, Board of Directors. I am Antara from Frontline Focus. You are a big company and you did acknowledge the gravity of the issue. However, how do you plan on rebuilding the trust that you've already lost among the medical industry or the public?
So, as we know, this is a very unfortunate situation, but then going forward, we are going to strengthen our developmental protocols. We're going to add more rigorous testing and validation procedures, and this is going to increase the safety operations as a whole for the machine. And then additionally, we're going to also increase the training that we give to our operators while handling these machines as well. So overall, this will improve our workings.
And to add on to that, we're going to be having a dedicated crisis response team so that a crisis like this does not occur further.
Next, Team Mavericks.
so many, I have heard so many different statements from all the board members over there. Like one CMO was saying that future solutions will be taken in the interest of the organization, not in the public welfare. And CTO said that technical investigation is still undergoing, it's not completed. So how come there is no investigation completed and you have apologized everyone, you have accepted your mistake because investigation is still under process. Maybe in depth of investigation, maybe your fault was not there accepted, you accepted the fault and you have apologized. But main focus that I had was when CEO mentioned that there was no complications while testing. You know, before deploying the machine into the hospitals, you need to have a lot of testings done before deploying. So how come there was no, like in the case study it was there that unclear error messages from the machine was there, wait messages were there. Before, like while testing that error messages and wait messages would have come, but you have not mentioned that.
Okay, so I'll answer your question. So the CTO clearly mentioned that the main problem was the buttons. Okay, when we were testing it, the operators were trained, so they were just starting out. So they had a certain speed of doing it. However, as years progressed, people got used to the process of typing it out. Hence, they naturally got faster. So that speed was the cause of the malfunction. That is not really something that could have been predicted by us.
Well, I mean, extensive training was given so fast that we would have mentioned.
No further questions? You can answer this.
So adding on to what the CEO already said, we did not say that the investigation is still going on. In my opening statement, I clearly mentioned that we have already worked with the medical authorities and the engineers to determine the root cause, and we are still giving them information to prevent this from happening in the future. We already have our root causes, as we mentioned, that the speed of typing and the keys was a problem.
And to add on to that, the testing was done separately, the software as well as the hardware, and together as a system, which was done for over 2,700 hours.
So if you know MBBS, it's your degree of medical, okay? So in MBBS, you'll find a book called Harrison's. Harrison has a total of 51 editions. You know why? Because medical science keeps evolving every single day. And that's why even if you did rigorous testing, the certain new conditions that came under the cancerous patients that came at that day, in which the incidents took place, were not at all an issue. We will blame ourselves because, first of all, the conditions were totally new at that point, and the amount of power that was required and the amount of regulations that were required at the time were not available with the conventional testing frameworks which were at hand in the company.
Next, Team Zenith.
Good morning, board members. I am from Team Zenith. My question is directly to the CEO. Given the severe operational failure related to track 25, why did operational oversight not carry this issue earlier?
Like we clearly mentioned, this is not something that we could have caught in advance. Like he mentioned and like the CTO mentioned, it is something that was unprecedented and was not detected by any test. We also, our product was approved by the FDA as well, which you know is the approval of the USA. So you can't blame federal agencies for not this as well, because both of us.
To continue from this answer, we clearly mentioned that the cause of the issue was the keys malfunctioning like that. So there are thousands of permutations and combinations of what could have gone wrong, what other keys could have been pressed together. So there's no way for us to ascertain the number of different combinations that could go wrong. We did our best in the testing, but whatever happened was beyond our prediction.
Team, the fourth pillar.
Greetings from the fourth pillar. I, Prapti Mishra, is going to ask you a question.
We are unable to hear your question.
Greetings from the fourth pillar. I would like to ask you a question. A statement was made by AECL stating that Therapy 25 was incapable of overdosing after consecutive injuries to patients. Then FDA looked into the matter and then AECL looked the accountability. So what made you give the statement in the first place? Were you just trying to avoid or being negligent?
We were not being negligent. As we stated before, our prior testing made it clear that overdosing was not possible. We admitted it after because FDA did an investigation and they proved it. But as I told you before, our test didn't prove the same before. So why would we contradict our own statement which we made before?
After the first two accidents that occurred, we had sent out technicians from our side to check out the machines themselves, and we had reported that there was an impossible occurrence. There was absolutely no chance of any sort of overdose happening. So with this confirmation, we went forward and released the machines back into operation.
Just to note, as reporters, you have to be loud enough to pose your questions. Next team, SV.
Good morning, my name is Shaurya Anand and I'm from Team SV. So my question is from the panel that did you use grandfathering as a loophole of your product? Pardon? Did you use grandfathering as a loophole of your product? Okay, I'll explain what grandfathering is. Terrain 25 was the improvisation of Terrain 6 and 20. Okay? So the testing was done on the level of Terrain 6 and 20, not and on the level of 25.
See, the only difference between Therac 6, Therac 20 and Therac 25 is that Therac 6 and 20 had a hardware component attached to it as well. Whereas Therac 25 just had a software component. So there was no way in change of technology. The only addition was the operation of the hardware manual from the Therac 6 to the Therac 25. So there is no other change in the frequency of the radiation that is passed out. That is not the problem here.
Next team, perspective seekers.
Okay, this is Rohan from Team Perspective Seekers. I'll talk about a case in December 1985, which is 1985 was a...
Sir, please be louder.
So 1985 was a year where there were a lot of controversies regarding your machine. So in December 1985, a woman in Yakima Hospital develops erythema on her hip after using Therac 25. And post this in January, the Yakima staff contacted AECL to ask about this, and you guys ignored this issue, stating that the machine cannot be responsible for this side effect. And post this, after 2 years in 1987, again in the same hospital, a patient dies due to severe burns in the chest. So my question is, shouldn't you be having your committee to look into the damage control part of the, to check into the side effects of the machine?
So for the Yakima Valley Memorial Hospital that happened, the death that happened in 1987, the incident was because the operator forgot to remove the film plates from the machine itself. So there's no definitive cause that it caused because of the radiations from the machine. And as you know, radiation therapy that is used to treat cancer does have its side effects. So again, it's not very definitive that it was due to the machine itself.
From a medical perspective, radiation is when you want to kill the cancerous cell in a body. But there is a drawback to it that it also kills the surrounding healthy living cells. That is the concern even now. So you cannot just blame the malfunctioning of the machine that presents the side effects in the patients. We do agree that our machines may have been at fault at that, but since they are already cancer patients, there are several definitive factors around them that could lead to this problem.
To add on, DNA is distinct, enzymes are distinct, and how each body would react to conditions is again very different, and it can't be blamed solely on the device, because such devices, when designed, is for the normal population, and we don't try to go to any specific strata. So these 6 people could be an example of the hypersensitive ones who could react differently. So solely blaming it on the device is not a fair go on this. Reporters, once again, please be louder and please state your team name before you pose your questions so the judges may grade you accordingly. Next team, Vani.
Good morning everyone. I'm Apurva Narayan from Team Vani, and my question is, when FDA was looking into the matter, it found inadequate reporting structure followed with reported accidents. So FDA shut down the usage of Therac 25 on February 96, 1987. After that, AECL stated that the machine was fixed, but the investigation is still under the process. So how could you ensure that the bugs won't occur again and people can worry about their condition instead of worrying about technical error happening in your company?
So yes, when we received the report from FDA, we did our best to get a conclusive report of what went wrong. And from our testing, we were able to find out the errors and we made the necessary changes. We again added a hardware component to it, an override switch, just to ensure that this sort of thing does not happen again. And that is the most important safety function that we added again when we relaunched the machines. So this is something that the patients do not have to worry about again. And we are still looking into better options to make it even safer, because the safety of our patients is our foremost priority, and this is not a profitable organization for us, right? Our main aim of making this device was to cure patients who had cancer. There is no way that we want to harm them. All we wanted to do was make an innovative technology that would save the patients.
Next, Team Kronos.
Good morning everyone, my name is Aaron, I am from Team Kronos. So my question is about, you stated that every crisis has an opportunity to grow. So you are telling that you want to grow on someone else's dead body? Is that what you are stating? That was your statement. Another thing is that another thing was you were waiting for the errors to happen first.
One question, please.
Sorry?
One question, please.
Yeah, the first one.
I would disagree with that. What I meant was not that we need a crisis to, what I meant was we do not need a crisis for us to realize our mistake, but since there is a crisis, we will use it as an opportunity to use it as a betterment for the public, as we've always focused on. So that is what I meant, and I did not mean it as a disrespect to the families that have lost their lives.
Also, that question seems to be without context. You took her statement literally, ignoring the fact that we are undergoing a crisis right now. So what would you want us to do? Ignore the crisis and not grow?
There are two options here. Number one, brood over the situation, feel sad and shut the system, which is not what an organization like us would want to do. And the second one is take extra steps, be more vigilant with what we're trying to do so that we can prevent such things from happening in the future. When we mean we'll take this as an opportunity, we only mean to build something better and more innovative, and of course our condolences to the families of those 6 victims.
Next, Team C.
Good morning everyone. I am Nani India from Team C, a team who sees through the cracks. So my question is to the panel of the board members. How did you execute your risk mitigation plan to prevent this potential failure? And how did you, as your 2 products have been phased off and Therac 25 has been a various safety hazard, so how were you able to gain your patient trust again?
As you already said, we are a government funded agency and company, so we do not have any stakeholders, or we do not cater to the customers, as to say. We are doing it for the benefit and welfare of the people. So, yeah.
So the ethical concern of rebuilding trust which you have given right now to our patients and patients' safety. So what we're doing is we are allocating an additional 20% more budget from the government itself of Canada in order to work on a specific crisis management team that will check the machine before every single operation or any kind of radiation operation which will happen post these events.
Still, like, how will you meet the...
One question only.
Part of the question is not.
What is it?
How did you execute your risk mitigation plan to meet this potential failure?
How can we have a risk mitigation for crisis that we were not aware about or that we never predicted? Because like we clearly mentioned.
You need to rephrase your question a little bit.
Okay. Next, Team Echo Pose.
Good morning to the Board of Directors. This is Nikita from Team EcoPost. So while we are talking about the failure and technicalities, let's talk about the motives. So the T25, TERAC 25 was a base duplication of software from TERAC 20, right? And while the testing of TERAC 6 and TERAC 20 focused on safety, as the CTO mentioned, it was also a collaboration with CTO in France. So when you were launching this TERAC 25 on your own, it was reported that the software testings were only done and there was no testing on the hardware. So do you think it was a motive towards more monetization and further usage, proper usage, faster usage of the product in the market rather than,
Okay, I get your question. We never claimed that the hardware testing was not done. We have never mentioned this. We have conducted several testings of hardware and software before launching a product. Obviously, that is the followed protocol that is required by the FDA and the Canadian Radiology Committee. Also, coming back to your question of motive, we have continually been saying this. We are a government-run body. We get no profits out of this. We are appointed by the government to make technology to help people cure faster from a disease like cancer. There is nothing in it for us to gain from making it faster or helping it gain more monetization. We only wanted to launch it a little quicker, was to innovate a new technology that would help patients faster. There is literally no other motive here for us.
You were absolutely wrong in the very first statement you made that we totally duplicated the software. As one guy mentioned from the reporters, that we wrote 3 lines of code of a language PHP11 which was used. We updated the software regularly. So there was no duplication of software. And the hardware thing has been covered by the CTO as well.
Your question pretty much had the answer to it. The TERAC 6 and 20 were a huge success, and that's the only reason that the hardware was taken similarly for TERAC 25. And also, to give a quicker solution, yes, because the cancer deaths were very high between 1950s to 1980s. There were about 30,000 people dying, so it was definitely a need of an hour that needed an answer and a solution to.
And to add to your question again I'm saying a very critical statement that we do not focus on profit and sales. So a statement of creating a faster usage in the market is totally redundant at this point.
Next, Team Moksha.
Greetings from Team Moksha. I think the board of directors is forgetting that there have been 6 deaths and this ownership without liability and using software and computers as scapegoat is not acceptable. As mentioned by the board of directors already, that the newer version when re-released, problems are detected and corrected, which go on to be unproven because the 1987 version has been found that there is use of previous patches from the 1985 version and there's still inadequate testing. The Chief Medical Officer already mentioned there were 3 stages of testing. How do you think you missed out that previous patches of machines are still used?
So first of all, I would like to point out an information that you said 6 deaths. Miss, I would like you to go to the information again. There were 3 deaths and only 6 accidents that took place in the incident. Rest, I would like to handle the CDO to handle the software aspect.
The machines were recalled in 1987. The patch that was found of 1985, that machines were already recalled. The machines that were put again in 1988 did not have that patch. I think you need to recheck your facts, but we completely assure you that the machines that we relaunched did not have any sort of issues that were already happening by the end of 1987.
Once again, making a public statement by increasing the number of deaths for a company and for your company named Moksha, I don't think so. It's good for public relations as well.
Exactly, and ownership without liability as well. But okay. Software cannot be the scapegoat.
No cross questioning, please. Next team, Team B.
So this is the question from Team B. Why did you settle the lawsuits privately rather than publicly addressing the victims? Because that makes it seem like the company is trying to hide gross incompetence and mismanagement.
It was the victim's request. That's all.
Listen to the whole, it was not the victim's request. Listen to the whole question. Yeah, please. Because your internal report suggests that.
Repeat the question.
Sorry?
Please repeat the question.
Why did the company decide to settle the lawsuits privately rather than publicly addressing the victims' concerns? And because that makes it seem like the company is trying to hide mismanagement and incompetence. Also, because the reports from your internal audit suggest that red flags were raised by the hospitals and FDA, which was swiftly ignored.
Coming to your first question, we settled this privately on the request of the patients. Do you really think they should go through the whole media trial? Your media companies would hound them with questions, not let them rest. They're already cancer patients. Do you think they should really go through the media trial when they're already in a recovery stage? Do you really want them to go through all of that? It is your companies who would come and hound them. They would stalk their houses to get more answers and blame our companies. So this is the best option that was fit for our patients as well as our companies. There was nothing we needed to hide. We were just looking on the best interest of our patients.
Could you please
No
name
cross question,
some-
please.
No, it's just related to that. Could
No,
you name one
only one
company
question.
that said they want to settle it privately?
Do you really think that's up to the patient? Do you think they want to come out and state all their concerns? They had concerns with our company. Our company answered their concerns. I think that should be the end of the discussion.
It's private for a reason. How can we provide an example on something that is private?
No, the information.
Everybody has the right to privacy.
No, but how can you claim that the client wanted?
Sir, your time's up. Next team, News Nexus.
Warm good morning to the panel. I'm Shriruka from Newstacular.
Ma'am, can you please be a little louder?
I understand the sophistication of machines and certain things are available. Correct me if I'm wrong, but these incidents happened in 6 hospitals in Georgia, Washington, and Texas, resulting in 6 deaths and 3 accidents. Why one time was not enough to start the investigation, rather than solely blaming it on software malfunction to prevent unnatural death of patients further?
Yes, so we've already answered this. The errors that were occurring were very sporadic, meaning they were spread out over a long period of time and there was a very rare chance of it duplicating when we wanted it to be. We sent a technician away right after the first issue that was reported to us, but the error occurred due to a wrong combination of keys pressed. Now the operator did not know what combination of keys did he press, so there was no way for us to replicate that error and find the root cause of it. We tried our level best to look at it, but there was no way of it to get the root cause right after the second time. And only there were 3 deaths. There was seriously no other deaths that were caused by this effect of the machine.
Okay. Any other teams left to ask the questions? Okay, with this we'll go into a 5-minute break and then we'll resume with the cross questioning.
I request everyone to stay in the room, please. You will have a longer break right after the cross questioning.
न्यूस्टैक्युलर लगने के बाद एक व्यू बढ़ गया।
Obviously, there have been inconsistencies.
Simply replace a complete board of your complete board members.
That doesn't justify. Thank you, Team D. Next, Team Boom Shakalaka.
My question is to the Chief Medical Officer. Hi, sir. So, for every question asked, for each and every question asked, your only answer was, we are government aided. We are only on profit and we do not rely on profit and rely on sales.
Yes.
Because of your answer, now the poor people are coming to you will definitely go, there will be a rise of the private sector. So is there any connection between you and the private sector, for giving these people and letting people in the private sector?
As of now, there is no connection between our federation and the private sector you have mentioned over here because we are completely organized by the Health Canadian Corporation and the US FDA. And we are obliged to not disclose any information of any relationships or any corporate relationships outside of this.
Yes. Also, the poor people's income is not something that supports going to a private institution. So it's something what the government aids for the poor people to go because there are subsidies and it's also available for free.
Next was Team Double Impact.
Who asked that?
Oh, they asked.
Boom Shakalaka, yeah.
Continue with Bharat. See, you have, let me remind you, you will have one initial question and one cross question. Until then, you will have to wait. So, have you done with the cross question?
No, I think I haven't received the correct answer from him.
But he has given answer. Okay, repeat your questions.
So, I'm Charles from Boom Shakalaka. My question is, saying R is government aided and we don't rely on profits and sales, do you think, killing 3 people and just 6 accidents, do you think, poor people who are coming to your organization will shift to the private thing which will, private will be relying on only profits? So my question is, just saying we are government aided, that doesn't mean, taking private things will make it thing.
But we didn't just say that we are private aided. We answered questions which were related to monetary values, which we don't have because we are a public company.
The second thing is, since you don't rely on profits, that doesn't mean you are negligent on people's healthcare. Quality of healthcare.
Okay, not totally. So, to add to your point, can you name any one single private corporation at the time of 1988 which has been responsible for more than the cases we have solved with the success of Therac 6 and Therac 20? Just give me one name. I'm very confident, just give me one name.
I'm a poor people, man.
You are a reporter, man. You're not a poor person.
I'm a poor reporter. I know what we do.
Okay, thank you, Team Boom Shakalaka. Next. First Team Double Impact, then I will ask you to put your cards up again.
So I am Joel from Double Impact. So as mentioned by CEO, the speech that he mentioned that he used the word unexpected. Okay. So I want you to put yourself in the shoes of the common man and think whether if your family member lost their life just because of this incident, will you be able to react just like this? Some companies coming and saying that it's an unexpected error from a top company. Will you be happy with that solution or the answer?
Again, I deeply regret what happened to the families that were involved. But then from our side, it was a very unexpected flaw that happened because of a very unprecedented variable interaction. So there's no other statement that I can give.
So I'll come up with a last question. As CPO mentioned, it was a error from a human side. Exactly right. Then you finish the question. I expect that everyone knows to type. Right? What was the initial speed of your typing when you started, and after a few months? It would have increased, right? That's a common sense.
The typing.
Wait, let me finish my question, then you should answer. It's a typing speed, as you mentioned in the previous one. So I expect that people will definitely increase their speed as the time passes. That's a common sense. That's the common sense from your company side.
When they were typing, we do not mean that they were typing the whole lines of code. They just had to press 3 buttons: X for X-ray, E for emitting the rays, and P for ensuring that the command goes through. So when they press it quickly, the speed changes, and we knew this was going to happen. But we also assumed that the medical operator would be careful in pressing what they were pressing. Right? We cannot keep in mind that the medical operator will be so incompetent that they will make mistakes in that.
So there was no solution for the
One cross question only. Thank you so much. Team Frontline Focus.
So you said that you're taking a lot of steps to undo the mistakes that you did. You said that 3 people died and 6 accidents happened. So did it, injuries, right? Did it take that much accidents for you to start thinking that yes, we need to take these steps now?
The 3 deaths are included in the 6 accidents, by the way, just clarifying. Also, when the first incident happened, we had initially ran an investigation from our side, and then we were not able to discover anything. That was the same for the second one, where we had also sent out technicians to discover any faults. In the third one, when we had discovered an error that was in the side of the hospital, we were not able to replicate it with our technicians. And then when it happened again, we were able to replicate it again with the help of the hospital operators from the particular hospital to do it again. That's how we were able to discover this. So that's when we got a concrete proof that this is the particular problem that has happened and how it is happening. That's when we got to know that there's a particular error with the typing speed and all that.
The error wasn't exactly as easy to replicate. That is the main concern. I get that why it took us so long to get to this issue, but the error that we got wasn't continuous errors that we could immediately fix. It was a sporadic event that happened over a period of time, and it only happened when a particular speed was used for typing. So when we realized that mistake, we immediately fixed all of that.
Sorry, I do not remember the order after this, so I will ask you after a countdown to raise up your cards and I'll see the first one. Okay, so 3, 2, 1. I go first.
So my question goes to the CEO and regarding the opening statement that you did. So you have mentioned that it is one of the rare cases and the nuances of technology have effects. In a place where there was no risk mitigation team that was engaged while the product was being displayed, and when you were so confident in the working of your product, because as such measures were not taken, so then how would you say, is it not the incompetency of your employees or of your management or of your training skills, and you are putting that basically technologies are made of programming codes, right? So are you putting the incompetency of your employees and your management as a whole onto the technology?
Please shorten your question.
Yeah.
So, once again, we constantly were technologically advancing and measuring our aspects, our machines, and as we said, we have done constant testing before we send these products out to the hospitals. And then once we got to know that there are certain issues like this, we have done and taken measures to ensure that they don't happen again via testing, and then we have sent out our technicians to identify these issues, and then once we have identified them, we have taken them out of the market eventually in 1987. Okay.
So I'm just saying that it is very contradicting when you're saying that it's there and the nuances of technology have effects, At the same time, you are also saying that our product did have effects, but there was no risk mitigation team. So you did have confidence in your product, right? That's all.
Well, as for the risk mitigation teams you are asking, we had a risk mitigation team at that point also, but after...
One question only, one cross question only, ma'am.
It was not a... Okay.
Next was Team Moksha.
Okay, so I would like to quote the CTO. We knew and we assumed the staff would not be incompetent. So, if you knew that this was an issue that's going to happen, how was there not a fail-safe provided? Because I'm quoting the CTO as she said just now.
When we give trainings, obviously we would assume that the staff would be competent. It's not like we just go with the assumption that if everybody we're working with is dumb. That is not what we wanted to go ahead with, right? So this is what we would assume, that everybody would be careful in operating a machine that is this dangerous.
But you just mentioned that you knew it was a thing that could have happened. Also, as you said, software updates were done 3 times, but the entire time the machines were in operation at the other places that they work, like the 6 other hospitals. So how can you do software updation and technical corrections while the machines are still in operation?
There is no connected software in that. At that time, we did not have a cloud network of software that could update each and every machine at the same time together.
So how can you make sure that the software update doesn't... So there were 3 cases, 3 deaths. It took 3 deaths, 3 injuries for the product to be recalled. So how does it make sense to have the product in operation when there are so many deaths and injuries occurring?
At that time, there was no definitive answer that our machine was the cause of their definitive deaths. They were cancer patients. There could be a several number of factors that could have gone wrong with them that could have led to their deaths. You're not saying that it is not our fault completely. We totally regret what happened with our machines, but at that point of time, we did not know the definitive cause, and we were already investigating whatever was happening. It's not like we completely put a blind eye towards that and kept operating those machines.
I mean, there was a blind eye, there was operations. The first issue
Sorry,
was...
no more cross questions. Team Zenith, then I'll have another countdown.
We are Team Zenith. There were vague and unclear messages from the machine, and as you know, every action has a consequence. Even though you put people's life at stake, but anyways, as of now, what are the compensation that are being offered by the government or your organization to the patients or their families?
So as of now, we are working our best to provide the appropriate compensation to the victims and their families. This includes financial settlements as well as counseling and medical support for those affected. Also, we are addressing the needs of the victims' families, and we are providing ongoing assistance because it's a very difficult time for them.
But I don't think any compensation will be worth anyone's life.
I agree with your statement that a monetary compensation is not worth, it does not define one's death. But what I'm saying is, there were also medical support medical treatments that were given, psychological counseling that was given to the families, and there was also safety improvements after that. We had long-term commitments with the affected families to provide them with help over the years.
Okay. I'll do another countdown in 3. Hey, that's not loud. 3, 2, 1, go. Wait, did you already get a chance?
I don't know.
Okay, continue.
Okay. So my question is, microswitch errors, internal electrical problems, poor engineering methods, software glitches, these many problems in a machine, that's not acceptable. And you tell that you want the people to trust you. How can people trust you when there are 3 deaths in 6 accidents? Another thing, will you yourself, if you get into cancer, and will you put yourself into the same machine which has a lot of problems, these kind of problems? Is that how the company manages its work?
Well, I hope not. I get into a state where I get cancer and I have to take treatment. But if that's what you're hoping for, then
I'm not hoping for that. I didn't say that I'm hoping for it. I'm not saying that I hope for it.
I get your concerns. I'm extremely
concerned about the people who are gone through all this.
Those 6 people who went through the treatment weren't the only people who went through the treatment, right? As we mentioned, there were 6,200 patients who took therapy from this machine over the span of 2 years. So that should give you a good idea of how well the machine works for others as well. Well, in this matter of 6 people, they face some problems and we are totally accountable for that. We get it. That's what we've been trying to answer. But the problems that happened, they were a permutation and combination that we couldn't have imagined. All that could go wrong with the typing speed went wrong with these 6 people. So in hindsight, we should have thought about it, and we know that we should have put a risk mitigation team for this aspect. But this is not something that we had hoped would happen or even imagined this would happen. And it's not like it was our aim to harm people, right? Our whole company is based on the fact of giving a proper treatment to cancer patients through radiology.
See, your plan is to give treatment to cancer patients with radiology.
Sorry, sir, but your cross questions are over. You are asked for
This is the cross question. Pay attention.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, where was I? Yeah. So you told about the radiology and all the concerns. See, one thing is that how are you going to build that trust where people have lost that trust? You can't say combinations and probabilities and computations of any of the probability on the deaths.
I totally get your point, but to rebuild the trust, this is a great form of treatment for people who are already in remission from cancer. Once their surgery is done, this is advised to them as a treatment. After the tumor is taken out, the residual cells that are left behind it is advised for that. So even now, this treatment exists in several parts of the world where this is the only treatment left for cancer patients. They cannot always rely on chemotherapies as that also has its side effects, right? Not every treatment that can be given is completely safe. We do not ever make any claims that this is a completely safe thing to go through. Even when you get an X-ray, there's always some sort of harm that goes to your body, right? We do not claim that it's completely safe to go through a machine that gives you radiation. So that's not a point that we were focused on.
Side effects should not be...
Sorry, sir, your cross questioning is over. Next, team C, then to prospective seekers.
Hello everyone, I'm from Team C. So first I would like to point out that when we questioned the CEO, he said that they didn't have any risk mitigation plan. But then when EcoPost questioned the CMO, the Chief Medical Officer, they told that they have a mitigation plan. Let me finish my question. So when we asked you, how are you going to build the customer trust? You told that you do not have any stakeholder. Is that why there was a next... Yeah, the CEO told that there was no, you don't have any stakeholders. Is that why there was a negligence in your risk management and there was no prompt response? Also, you're backed by the government. Is that why you're so confident?
To answer your risk mitigation concern which you presented right now, so definitely there was a risk mitigation team which was there in the first place. It's just that it was not as dedicated as we are planning again post these incidents. We are allocating a total budget allocation which is extended to a percentage of over 20% from the government funds which are arranged by the US FDA and Health Canadian International Corporation. And to answer your questions regarding what you call that, rebuilding trust. So rebuilding trust is definitely a priority for us. That's why I told you that we are requesting a more extended budget allocation from the government in order to improve our machines, and we are even improving the risk mitigation, the crisis management team which is at place right now. We are adding more employees, we are improving the training modules which they are trained with. And to add to your question, I would like to ask the CEO.
Also about the monetary thing, a lot of you reporters keep bringing monetary facts up, but I assure, I vouch for all of us, we only brought up monetary and government support when you guys have mentioned our incentive to push a product out. We had no incentive to push out Therac 25. We've never brought up government or government funding when it comes to healthcare.
We never spoke about the monetary, we spoke only about the customer trust.
Yes, then why did you bring up government? Because we never brought up government about customer trust. Only time we brought up government was when monetary issues were questioned by you guys. So stop bringing up government funding and things.
Sir,
We didn't say anything.
Unfortunately, only one member from the team. You want, you can tell her your question, ma'am.
Also, to address our confidence in our product, we had a lot of success with our past models, and also we had a large number of success cases with the model that we have right now. So, of course, we were confident in our product. Also, our focus is to learn from these experiences that we have faced right now, and then we are constantly improving our safety standards, and we are continuing to develop our cutting-edge technology machines.
When you're a company and you mentioned the stakeholder part that we have nobody to answer, that is absolutely not true. We are answerable to the people. We are here because we are answerable to you all, right? We are taking questions from everyone and we are answering. It doesn't mean that we are above the people and we do not have any answers to give.
But the CEO made a point. He made a statement that you do not have any stakeholders.
Yeah, stakeholders as in investors, right? Private investors we cannot have because it's a government and organization.
Stakeholders here related to the customer because we asked about the customer trust. We thought we do not have any stakeholders. So your leadership itself is not sure.
I'm sorry, your cross questioning is over. Okay. Next prospective speakers, and I would, before they ask the question, please make your questions short, crisp, and concise. And I would say the same for the BODs with their answers.
So yeah, this is from prospective seekers. So you have stated that it's a government-funded project, and you
Please be louder, sir.
You have stated that it's a government-funded project, and recently you have said that you got 20% increased budget from the Canada government. So my conspiracy theory is that you guys are taking money from the government and not utilizing it properly for the machine. Instead, you're taking some part for yourself. So how transparent are you about your accounts, and how well are you utilizing the government fund for the machine?
I don't believe we have to answer a conspiracy theory.
No, I'm asking you about your transparency of
It's your words, not mine. You said conspiracy theory.
transparency.
If you have a cross question, you can ask now or you can.
We don't have to answer that question.
How transparent are you about your funding and how much are you using the government? Transparent. How transparent are you?
Cross question is correct.
My question is correct.
As far as the transparency goes, we are not in a position to legally disclose any sort of information to the public like that. And just because you have a conspiracy theory without a proof does not mean that you are liable to answer them. We are here to take sensible questions regarding the safety of our patients, and we are doing that. So,
Participants, please be respectful and professional. The board of directors are also participants, so you're all, competing against each other, but please be respectful.
Next team, SV.
As you said, you are a government body. Okay, so while testing the product, did you get any leniency by the government? Because this product was wholly built by you without any mergers of companies. You said it.
Okay, I'll answer this very simply for you. What do we have to gain from the leniency of the government? Do we gain anything from rushing this product forward? No, we don't. The only reason we launched Terrac 25 was because we genuinely believed it was a good upgrade over 6 and 20. We have nothing to gain over rushing development. Or the government has no incentive to give us anything. Because it's just strictly a medical endeavor which we believe in.
So according to the source, your software itself has lacking standard quality assurance. So what steps did you take before launching it into the market?
I would like to know the source of this claim that there was mishaps before the software was even launched. We assure you the software was used for Therac 6 and 20 as well. We do not see any cases coming up for that, right? So we obviously thought it was safe to use for Therac 25. So whatever sources you have, please ask them to be more accurate.
Team Mavericks.
I guess after this press conference, you will not get any government funding because you all gave contradictory statements. I guess you're in a pressure or something that you're not clear and crisp about what you're answering. I'll tell you what. There are several critical bugs that have been leading to unsafe radiation dosages, and there was hardware issues, there were software issues, there was vague messages that were given in the software machine, and there was fail for safes as well. You have to have some protocols, right? That was also failed. and there were insufficient testing as well. You told 2,700 hours was tested. On what basis have you told that this is sufficient? 2,700 is sufficient for testing? And you have done a lot of blaming on FDA, you have done a lot of blaming on hospitals, like operators are at fault, like film play has been removed. So don't you feel that you have done a lot of blame games over here so that a lot of negative publicity is going to come on you?
Is it playing the blame game if we say that our product has been legally, certified by an organization? How is that the blame game? Can you please explain that? We said FDA certified our product. That's all we mentioned. And that is good for us. How is that the blame game? We didn't blame FDA. We just made a statement saying that FDA certified our product. I don't see anything wrong with that.
I'm explaining this in cross question. So FDA has approved the statement was not exactly the real statement, but FDA approved your machine. So we deployed the machines. So it is a fault of FDA also.
That's not what we mentioned. If I remember right, the question was about the beginning stages of our product. So our company, we did testing, we certified it, and FDA certified as well. These are qualifications of our product so that it can be sold to hospitals, used in hospitals. How is that the blame game? So are you saying that certifying a product is blaming the product?
The main question was you have blamed it on operators. Why did you apologize in the first place when you don't know that you told film play has been removed, that's a fault. Cut frequency was faster, so that's a fault of an operator, not yours.
It is the basic human decent thing to do to apologize if we made a mistake on our part, so that is why we were apologizing.
See, the thing is you are not sure that you are at mistake or not.
Ma'am, I think you are done with the cross questions. You can answer the question and go on.
As I mentioned, we deeply regret what happened to the patients. That is why we are apologetic. We are not apologetic that we got caught. That is not the problem here. We were apologetic towards.
Ma'am, thank you so much. Last 10 minutes left. That team dynamic duo.
So my question is, as Chief Medical Officer mentioned that the medical science is evolving. So what do you think that you are waiting as cancer patients are under critical concern? Don't you think the prior advancement is your utmost priority?
So you're asking why were the advancements that were made in the Therac 25 were not made earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. So the thing is that the new conventional testing framework was developed with the funding that was received from USDA and Health Canada, which was received later on. So then only we had the conventional testing framework to test our new machines and lines of code which were written. And as again one guy mentioned that there were 3 lines of code. So it took a long time for us to develop since, there are 2 types of rays which went in the machine. First one was the electron rays and second one was the photon rays. So both were used to treat different types of cancer. First was used for the skin cells and the other one was used to penetrate deeply inside the skin tissue. So in order to regulate the total amount of the penetration power of the rays that went through, we had to develop a software. So the radioactive energies are so powerful, so you have to be very careful while developing the code. So it took a long time for us to totally regulate it software wise and not just go through the hardware wise, which were earlier we were following by with Therac 6 and Therac 20.
You don't have any questions? Okay, next team B.
Okay, hi, this is Joel Almeida from Team B. So you all gave your responses on saying that you all prefer customer healthcare a lot. So but then the reports from FDA and your internal report itself state that you all have received warnings from them, from the hospitals as well as FDA, and you all have ignored it. So if you all have so much care for the customers, then first thing, why was it ignored? Second thing, that you all have conducted your test for the product. Okay, every software has bugs, and it's a common sense thing that every software will have a time where it will fail. Why was it that the hardware backup was removed from Therac 25? Also, wasn't this report, the FDA report, given to the board of directors, basically to the chief CTO and the chief medical officer? I'm sure they will be aware of these things received from FDA. Further, the testing also that you all have been done before releasing the product, that these possibility of these common sense things, that there is a chance for product to fail. So let's have a hardware backup to the machine. Did you all even realize that, or was it purposely ignored so that you all can sell it to those 11 hospitals?
Please, keep your question concise.
Coming to your question of why the hardware was removed, our only aim was to make this a more efficient version of the previous two versions. Removing the hardware made it extremely convenient for our users to use it, and this happened because of a certain typing inconsistency, right? So,
what about the first part, sir? Where you all ignored the FDA warning?
That was not a warning. I'm so sorry to correct you, but that was not a warning. It was just a notification we got from the hospitals regarding that there was an error coming, and we did send our technicians to check it. And as we have multiple times we have explained it, that the inconsistency was very hard to duplicate when our technicians were sent, right? We got it down by the fourth time. When the fourth notification was given to us, we got it then. So you can imagine how difficult it was to replicate that error.
So it took you all four experiments,
They were not experiments. I'm so sorry.
Sorry for your wrong usage of words. But it took you all four complaints from the hospital for you all to send you all could not even send a precautionary notice to them saying that there might be a possible fault, because there is no update that when you all have sent a provisional notice to the hospitals saying that okay, keep the machine on hold.
Keep your questions concise.
The four warnings happened over a period of a year, spread over a few months. We cannot stop the hospitals from using the machines over a whole year. You know, all the other patients that have been treated with that machine over the same year, I'm not sure if you're aware of that number. Just because those 4 issues were given to us in that year doesn't mean that we completely stop the usage.
My question still remains. Why did you all
sir,
not
no more
send?
cross questions. Thank
It's
you.
the same question. It's the same question. My question still remains. Why did you all not send precautionary note to the hospitals?
Can I answer your FDA concern? Right. So all precautionary measures according to us with the full budget allocation were taken at the initial point, and as per concern for FDA. At the time of 1988, at this point in which we are discussing, we have approved around 5 CAPs, or what we call like cooperative assessment programs from FDA, if you can get your research, and every single CAP version of the machines in the new version infrastructure has been approved by what we call it, Chief Executive Engineer at FDA named Ed Miller. He has approved it, and the machine is currently now being recalled, and we will release the new models as soon as we get Health Canada's approval.
But then still, again, the same
question. No cross questions. Team A, then Wondrop.
Question is not answered. You all are just passing it on. The question still remains: why was the provision, the reminder, the possibility of keeping it on?
So unfortunately, we're running out of time, so I will have to pass it on. Team A.
My question is, transparency is the culprit.
So to answer your questions, ACL had actually issued letters with safety recommendations to the hospitals suggesting interim measures for the errors that were happening, so that during that time we could investigate properly and provide permanent fixes for the issues.
Your report stated that you ignored it, so how did you send it?
Sorry.
This researcher, alright, forget it.
Okay, so my question is, transparency is the currency of trust, and yet I see you have a short of supply. Why I say that? Because all of you keep on saying words like only 3 deaths, hypersensitive patients, then technology evolves, consequences follows, then hundreds of patients software cannot handle, then it's a hardware and a software problem, then machine is that dangerous. So when you were aware of that the machine is that dangerous, that people out there are hypersensitive patients, and then there are 3 deaths, because for me as a reporter who is the torch barrier, as one of you said, I believe that 3 deaths are not only 3 deaths, there are 3 deaths. And the nation wants to know, why were you not transparent with the review of all the processes that were going on after the launch of your product?
About your opening statement, when did we ever mention only 3 deaths?
Oh my God, she
No. I said it when people said 6 deaths. So we changed it. It is 3 instead of 6.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm sorry, but the CHR clearly mentioned that it's only 3 deaths. No, but it was not about, I'm sorry sir, but it was not about that. So clearly mentioned it's only 3 deaths out of 3 normal.
I mean, even I can bring a point out of context that twist it to suit my own argument at the time being, but you're taking that statement clearly out of context. I let the HR manager speak about it.
Okay, let's not go to the CHRO. You mentioned one sentence, technology was
Unfortunately,
What I said was out of the 6 accidents, it was only 3 deaths that occurred. It was not with any disrespect towards those deaths that I mentioned only 3 deaths.
thank you, team A. Team 1.
So, one more thing. While the interview was going on, you said you cannot take our words literally. Sir, you are answering the nation about the deaths that were caused because of your product that you call is not a profit-based product. It's a product that will actually put innovation in the industry of medical devices. So how can you say that your sentences would not be taken literal with the government, with the nation, where you have actually caused problem for them? Apologies are
It's not about literal, it's about taking it out of context. That's the difference.
No, sir.
Are you telling me there isn't a difference between taking something out of context and saying?
Please stick to the case studies.
Before I ask my question, I would like to point out the others that I'm handling. We are all gathered here today for a particular abolition treatment issue with an organization. Don't we all agree? Question to the report is not the vote. And when the particular CMO was talking, her initial statement was about optimizing their particular marketing strategies and all. Before optimizing the marketing strategies and how you look for your particular company in the perspective of a public eye, I would rather ask you to take a look at your particular board of directors and how they are in a context of a apology meeting. And maybe if this would help the company better. So, coming to my question. The CTO and the CHRO mentioned multiple times that it was only 3 buttons and the consequences were also the sequences of that buttons which were pressed were the issue. So now even, how is it that you recognize the issue? And who is responsible for this particular issue and what are the actions being taken?
BOD?
Okay, so coming to the question that you posed to me as a technology thing, how did we come up, how did we pinpoint it to the problem, right? As you mentioned, it took us the 4th try to come to the exact combination of keys. So the same operator who had operated on the 3rd patient guided us that this is the same combination of keys he used the 2nd time as well. And that is how we were able to pinpoint to the issue. So this states that our technicians were always involved in finding out the root cause. From the 1st patient till the 4th patient, we were always on our toes to ensure that the root cause was found. And when we finally got the help from the operator, from the same operator, we jumped at the chance and tried to fix our mistake as soon as possible. There was no delay from our part in finding the problems and fixing it immediately.
And talking about responsibility, I feel we all have mentioned that we do take primary responsibility for what has happened.
What exactly is the issue which was there for finding this particular thing? So is it the engineer's fault or is it what exactly is the fault of the software?
When you have technology like this, there is a term called race conditions. So race conditions defined by Wikipedia is where the system's substantive behavior is dependent on the sequence or timing of the other uncontrollable events, leading to the unexpected results. So this race condition was at play here that led to this malfunctioning of the keys. So when you press the key and go back to change your mistake in a short span of time, the whole system kind of freezes and it leads to whatever happened right now. So we were able to find this only when the operator told us that this is what he did last time as well as this time. So we got a definitive answer as to what was the problem, because before that there were several possibilities of what could go wrong, and we tried to investigate every single one of them, but the error just wouldn't replicate. So when the operator finally told us that this is the same sequence of events that happened previously as well, we immediately got on to fixing that error, and I think we pretty much solved that problem after this was brought to our notice.
Thank you so much.
Wikipedia
Sorry, ma'am, you cannot cross question. We have time for one last question. I am going to give another countdown. Whoever raises first gets their question. Okay, 3, 2. For those who haven't done it yet. 3, 2, 1, go. Team eyes. Yeah.
Hello, my question is that, like before launching a product into the market as a medical equipment, you should have clear clinical trials run towards that product, right? And as the CTO mentioned, if there was like only 3 buttons malfunction over there, it would have not caused only 3 deaths also as well, right? How would you say on that?
Could you just repeat it once more?
Like before launching a product into the market, you should have clear clinical trial run on that product, right? So if there is the error in that only 3 buttons, there would not be a cause for the only 3 deaths as well, right?
So are you questioning the test we did?
Yeah, clinical trial.
But like we've stated so many times, our product was approved by the FDA and was approved by our company, not just ours. It wasn't just an internal audit. It was approved by the FDA as well. So how can you sit there and state that our product has not been legally tested? It was tested by a legal US company that is known for drug testing. So are you accusing the FDA of being incompetent?
So my question is not on accusing.
No, I clarified your question and I answered it.
Now the question is, you all stated that in clinical trial runs, your product was successful and was stated by the government that it's approved, right? But there were errors. You are telling that there are errors in that 3 buttons, right? But because of 3 buttons itself, 3 lives are gone, right?
What we're saying is the buttons weren't the error, but how it was operated at that point and what the errors that were shown on screen because of how it was operated is what we're saying. We're not saying the buttons itself was an error.
That brings us to the end of part B of Query Quest. I hope all of you enjoyed the round. The second round is called Headline Hustle. We'll just explain the round. The reporters will draft a brief yet impactful headline, an article, and a photograph that will capture the essence of the case study. A QR code will be displayed on the screen and the participants must upload their finished reports on the Google form. You may remain seated for now. We will be providing you with some light refreshments. You are allowed to use your devices by the way. Submission deadline is 1:20.
I request the RSP judges to come to the forum.
वन पे ब्लिंक कर देते हैं
I request everyone to please remain seated. Please remain seated. Once the guests have departed, you can have your break. Everyone, we will be addressing all your queries once the guests have departed. Please remain seated for now. Everyone, I see that a lot of you have questions about what you're supposed to do, so you can ask them one by one. It'll be ideal if you could post it as a PDF on the Google form that will be posted. So we said that you could use any kind of digital devices. A lot of teams have got their laptops as well. So it was clearly stated that you could use any digital device that you wanted. Yes. Yes, you can. It's basically a news article, people. Yes. It's all based on the judges' criteria. It's not up to us. Yes. I mean, there are two rounds as well, so you can.
Everybody needs Wi-Fi. इसका जो हाई बोलनी है मैं यार वाला को फोकस करने की ट्राई कर रहा
Okay, so you'll have to post your news articles by 1 o'clock, by 1:10. 1:10. There's a picture. There needs to be a picture, an article, and a headline. What happened? What happened? Everyone, the article can be between 50 to 70 words. Maximum can be 50. 50 to 70 words.
Anybody needs help with the Wi-Fi?
national awards, but not money. So there was nothing left for me. I had no guts to ask my parents for money. Film means, those were the days. 76, I made it for 7 lakhs. It may be more than 2 crores now. Anyway, I'm just telling you something. Later, I had no other go. I can't ask money from my parents. So I thought that I want to be a PR man. I never looked back. I retired as a director of a company, and now I'm working with NTPC. Most of the people may be knowing what is NTPC, National Thermal Power Corporation. I'm the advisor to them now. For some time, 4.5 years, deputed to the government of Karnataka as a communication advisor to the then Chief Minister S.M. Krishna, where I had to face like that you are making them cry on certain things. That time it was so bad. One is Veerappan's case, another one is shortage of water. Chennai was after us for water. I had to struggle. One day I used to be in Bangalore. One day I used to be in Delhi to run around. This communication field is not that easy what you think. Once you get into the field only you will remember what exactly you are. So choose your particular subject. But don't put your anchor in all the places. Some people wanted to be anchors, but you should know how to speak also. Anybody can be, but that channel should close if they purchase you or hire you. You should know that you can fit in. That's all the things you must know. You are all communication student. My small advice, keep smiling. You have done a wonderful job today. First entry. You will face a lot of certain things. Each and everyone I am telling you, but I may not be knowing your names. At the other side also, you made them to hear. Some places they could not able to give the answers also, but they managed because they are the government people. They managed, particularly CTO was the best. She immediately started talking to us. So I was a government, I used to handle the press. A lot of problems I faced. All the time what happens, engineers, they may construct a big dam or something, it is visible. Whereas a PR man, you can't show anything. That day you are best. Next day something happened, they would have got a lot of banging from everyone. The way you write also, there will be some problem. The people are the people who decide finally. You make some fire in it and keep quiet. But they have to face the public. Every day, one and all. Oh, these people, they are useless. You are the people who can make them also good. You have to be balanced yourself. Whenever you go to you must understand the other side of it. What is their problems, what they are facing. Whether it is only committed, the fault committed by them, or the missions, or anything. There are so many issues involved. But you are like in a horse, you put that, you look into only that. But journalists, I always request, they have to be balanced. And they should know the facts and then go to the. This is what I wanted to tell you. One day, today or tomorrow, you are going to become a journalist or a big PR man or a writer or particular column, etc. You have to learn all this before you go anywhere. You'll be, like M.A. Kamath or somebody. Okay, all the best youngsters. You are the people who run the show the years to come. Good luck.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful words. We will now commence with the award ceremony. We request Mr. Jairam to please come on stage to present the award to the best board member.
Left hand back अवार्ड यहाँ पे लगा यहाँ पे
Would anyone like to guess the winners? Sir, can you please announce the name?
It is not my decision, a collective decision. We believe in democracy. Rajini Nehal Bhavasar, yeah. She's been tax of India in later times. Why not BC? We are bigger than Let her take I think you can take the photograph with everyone.
Oh, yes, photos will be in the end.
In the end.
We request Renuka ma'am to present the award to the best reporter. Does anyone have any guesses on who that might be? Ayushi, who's Ayushi?
Any more guesses?
Take a guess. All of you were, I think, focusing on your questions. Probably you will hear the rest of them.
Best reporter.
Best reporter, any other guesses from the team? Wild guesses, never mind. You can throw your hands and say me. You know. Okay. All right. Naimi from Team C. Fragmenting your questions and throwing open others to think. Analytical piece was really good in the question. So questioning is a skill. So typically questioning is a skill, and you analyzed your questions very well. You broke it down, that is critical thinking, and asked the right questions so people could think and give the answers. You also put them on a thinking hat. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, 90 more 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Now we request Ms. Geeta and Ms. Chinmay to present the award for the best team.
It was also busy as
Please just guess. Any guesses?
Hi. Now, coming to the team, you already, I think, you got the prompt.
Yeah.
Team Kronos. A joint decision by the juries. Congratulations.
Oh, ID cards? One second, without ID card. चलेगा चलेगा. One.
Face this side.
So then definitely you'll have to complex. Yes, look here also. Thank
As the event comes to an end, we would now like to call the head of the Public Relations, Media and Communications Club to deliver the vote of thanks.
Hey, one person go that side.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. What a wonderful day. I feel immensely proud. Yeah, I know I'm short, many of you can't see me, but yes. I feel immensely proud and grateful to be standing here as the head of Public Relations, Media and Communication Club, representing my amazing team for organizing the first PRMC intercollegiate event of Symbiosis Center for Management Studies, Bengaluru. Today's success wouldn't have been possible without the incredible contributions of so many people. Let's start with our amazing judges. You managed to make Newstacular live up to its name, full of news and yes, spectacular. I'm pretty much sure I'm gonna casually drop these whatever thoughts I heard into my everyday conversations. I'm sure each one of us in the room is leaving more informed and more curious. Huge thanks to my professor, faculty head, Professor Nikita. Ma'am, none of this would have been possible without your support. Ma'am, thank you for your constant support and guidance. Your encouragement gives us confidence to dream big and execute events like this. I would also like to thank our director, Dr. Aarti Mehta Sharma. It's because of her encouragement that we as students can explore beyond our classrooms. Also, special thanks to Creative Club, SWDC, Sponsorship, Tech Club, and Academics and the entire Student Council for keeping the event running so smoothly. From the setup to coordination, your dedication and teamwork have made the day possible. Thanks to all the participants, your enthusiasm, energy, curiosity, interest, and patience are what makes the event like this thrive. Now, finally, you guys, my awesome PRMC squad, the entire core. I can just say you guys all deserve a standing ovation. Like, who worked tirelessly behind the screens? Pulling this event wasn't easy, but you guys made it look like a breeze. Between coordination, social media blitz, and the last minute freakouts, we managed to pull something epic today, guys. Let's carry the spirit of Newstacular forward, whether it's applying what you learned today or just using it as an excuse to sound smart in your group projects. Thank you for everyone for being as a part of the event, making this event an absolute blast. It means a lot. Thank you and have a great day, and we hope to see you guys next year. Signing off, PRMC Head Sayu.
Yes. Okay. Before all of you disappear, I just want to take a minute to give you, can I play the devil's advocate to give you some negative feedback? Are you all okay about it? So I wouldn't call it negative, I would call it constructive feedback. Okay? How you can leverage the feedback to make it better, to process it, synthesize it, and do better next time. A couple of, I really don't want to point at anyone, but a couple of generic updates. So this event is speaking about casualties. It's about death of 3 people. So the entire panel was too defensive. Of course, some of your headlines spoke about it, which is very clear. So, as board members, when you're addressing reporters, I think empathy should be the number one point when you're dealing with people's lives. It is a medical fraternity that you're representing, and it is about deaths. There are families involved, casualties. Even if it is one casualty, the entire family is bereaved, right? The damage is far large than you can think. So you have to put yourselves in the shoes of the bereaved families when you answer the press. So that speaks about the value of the organization that you represent. So empathy was lacking a little bit because reporters were firing questions at them, all of them got defensive. CTO did a great job defending all the questions, and obviously she won an award as well. And I felt the people's manager, the CHRO, had to play a very key role in terms of addressing the people issues here. And you could have been a little more vocal and vociferous about how you took care of people, how you took care of their families. A couple of anonymous testimonials perhaps would have added more value to the entire press briefing session. And the COO, I felt you were a little aggressive, which is okay, but there's a little fine difference between being assertive and aggressive. You have to be affirmative and assertive when you're very sure about what you're speaking, but aggressive is not received well because you would have seen all the headlines, right? If you see the headlines, you've got a lot of negative headlines. So if you have to avoid those negative headlines, you have to be assertive and not aggressive. And I think the CMO's job was very good. I really appreciate your brevity. You were to the point, you were precise, and you didn't speak more than what was required. And I think that's a good thing for press. And CEO was getting a little too emotional. You have to just be there, okay? CEO, don't get emotional, right? It is important to feel very empathetic about the situation, but don't get carried away by the questions. You have to stand your foot. You can choose not to answer. You can delegate it to the rest of the team members, but don't get emotional. And I think the Chief Medical Officer did a good job with facts and figures, and at times a little aggressive too, but I think facts and figures. So facts, empathy, brevity, all these are key areas for addressing press and also making sure the story that comes out is positive. Though it is not a positive news, your story could still be a little more appreciable by audience or readers. So that is the responsibility that you should own up if you want to maintain the image and the value of the organization. So this is my feedback. Okay? Thank you all for listening.
Released a press release. Based on that, they should have spoken. That was lacking here.
Yeah, now incidentally again about PRCI, we bring out these in-house magazines. This is for PRCA practitioners, okay? Beautiful articles come into this, beautiful case studies, okay? And this everything. This is written contribution from all over India, and in fact these are books to be kept in the library, and different universities have these books. Okay. The second is Kautilya. This is this is for y'all, exclusively for y'all. It is for the Young Communicators Club, the youth. You can contribute articles, and it comes here. It will be published here based on the editor's preference, with your photograph, and this also has wide circulation, okay, online. We have the soft copy as well as the hard copy. And this is Advika. This is exclusively for women, okay, so you can contribute what are your life experiences, etc., etc. Lots of stories, and this also gets circulated. So these are the 3 magazines. We bring them out periodically once in 4 months, and you can contact us if you have any articles. You can always send it to us. Thank you.
sure all of us have learned a lot from whatever you've said. They were very insightful words, very motivating. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the participants, the reporters and the board of directors, so much for your enthusiasm and your vigor in participating in our event. Without you, Newstacular would have not been such a huge success. So let's give it up for you guys. We hope to see your participation in our next event as well. So thank you guys. Also, I request the winners to stay back for the photographs.